Alrighty. Alrighty, so welcome to the Sunday night stream. I'm your host, Pod9. Today I'll be streaming, let me think, Voidbreaker. Alright, so, Voidbreaker. This game is one of those games that people talk about, right? I don't know, alright, yeah. But yeah, Voidbreaker, a game that I've had my eye on for some time now, ever since I got access to the playtest that was available for a short while. I figured I may as well invest interest into it, because it reminded me of a game Bungie once upon a time did. No, it's not Halo. It's a game that predates Halo. A game that was once upon a time a pathway to darkness, but eventually turned into a marathon. It reminded me of Marathon. And that's what I found interesting about the Voidbreaker, at the very least. The premise is somewhat similar, at least in the idea of a rampant, mad AI seeking to control the very fiber of your existence, and you going through these countless lives and countless deaths, being dead 1,000 times over, until eventually, and emphatically, you find victory somewhere in the line. You can't look me straight in the eye and say, "Part, you might be stretching a bit, you know?" No. That's just straight up the plot of Marathon. The story of a man dead 1,000 times over and walking through these worlds 1,000,000 times over as a dead man. And here he is, in the end, staring into the eye of infinity to bear witness to what may as well be death and damnation. So yeah, suffice it to say, this game has got my attention on that front at least. And I pretty much kicked it off a while ago. But let's do a full kickoff now. So, here we go. Let's start, shall we? First official run. Like legitimately, I just did the tutorial. And that's it, so this is run 0.
Welcome to Zone 1. A twisted, corrupted forest that'll sink its teeth into you and never let you go. You better get used to the sight of it, as you'll be stuck here for a long time. I know I was.
Ah, motherfucker. Oh shit. Fuck. Move, damn it, move! Alrighty. Off to the races already. I've not had time to actually learn more in depth about this game. So if you see me like be a bit sluggish here and there, that's why, alright? So let's see here. What do I want? Weapon damage, rate of fire. Yeah. Oh shit, I think I drew the wrong one. Ah, whatever. Let's see. What's the monolith do? Alrighty. I don't know where I'm at.
Directive to all subjects.
I remember these strange tall objects. I've been burned by them more than I'd like to admit. But sometimes they give back. I won't suggest what's best to do. I don't want to be held accountable if it screws up your run. That's on you.
What's this? Alrighty. All I need is just some Greek epithets to go off of, and AI insulting me majority of the time, and we're golden here. Actually, that song would totally fit, all things considered. Maybe when I got the time to do it, to play that. God, I'm only 25 years old, and I fucking have the taste of an old head. You kidding me? Oh shit! Oh shit! Come on! So this guy, the developer of this game, had like one other game underneath his belt, and it was a first-person shooter. I think it was like a puzzle game first and foremost. So it's interesting the fact that the guy decided to make a game that's sort of outside his wheelhouse a bit. So yeah, it's interesting to see the guy make a game outside his wheelhouse. Apparently this was a dream project for him, which I suppose I can see a little bit. There's plenty of ambition and ideas here that are pretty mind-bending, although still. Yeah, we'll see as long as we can try and continue onward right now. All I got is a rink-dink pistol. Ricochet. Yeah, I'll take that ricochet. Why not? Just got that revolver in me, you know?
All external communications nullified. External input deemed non-essential.
A rare moment of quiet and serenity. Sometimes I'd sit in these places for hours, pretending the rest of it wasn't real. There's no threat here, just a chance to buy what you need. It's such a jarring change of pace that you question whether it's a trick.
Electro Strike, Semi-Auto, and Standard Shot. Dun 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 dun. I'm surprised Marathon has been made into a roguelike bit. The core principle and ideas of Marathon's story and even premise legit actually works. Yeah, legit works as an actual roguelike experience. After all, you are destiny in the end. You will find your victory. Back, I say. I'm trying to think. I remember from my time with playtest, two things were a bit of an issue. One was the fact that voice acting was almost like, I wouldn't say it was non-existent, but it was just indiscernible to hear and understand. glad to say that now the dialogue is actually understandable and you can actually comprehend what they're saying. It's not as though it's like, you know, it was like intentionally spoken in binary or something like that. But it was just like specifically, I'm trying to remember the fact that it was like speaking in like some sort of like backward riddle haiku shit. Oh wait, no, actually, no, it wasn't. It was specifically the fact that it was, there was so much modulation attached to the voice acting that you couldn't understand shit all. Like legit, all you heard was just like garbled noise. Oh, God. Oh, sweet Jesus Christ. The first among many deaths. The dream's not over yet, boys. Death is the end of all things, but the dream's not over. Mine, yours. Let's run now.
Welcome back. Strange, isn't it? The dying part. That's the thing with this place. There is no end. Just a nice little reset button. Well, don't let me stop you. Go on. Back to the meat grinder you go. We've got an escape to formulate.
Let's see here. I got like fuck all cash or currency to use, you know, so I can't even use like I can't even get myself a good set of stuff yet.
Subject 1473. Initiating testing protocol. Observation start.
I wonder if there's gonna be any like improvements to gun animations. 'Cause so far the gun animations, they aren't bad, and I don't think they're store-bought, not native. But they are kind of like, well, I wouldn't say they're bad or like cheapo or something like that, but they definitely got like a certain like clunkiness to it. That's not the right word either. It's got that scuffness is what I'll say. Give me a sec. But yeah, there's a degree of like scuffness attached to it where it's like there's a degree of scuffness attached to the animations that I feel that's like there. It's kind of sort of like how like I guess the new Killing Floor, how Killing Floor 2's like weapon animations are a little bit after a certain amount of time. You know? That's the best way I can describe it. Where it's like, yeah, you know, on the offset it's not bad, but then if you like squint a little at like certain details and such, it's just like it's kind of weird. Either or maybe it's the character model. Could be both, but you know. Sure, elemental status, why not? I got corrosive shot.
framework. This augmentation allows maximum engagement with the program, free from the interference
Gotta get to
of
zone
violence or
1.
inefficiency. Oh, most welcome.
Oh, damn it. Alrighty. Oh god. An anomaly. So soon? Jesus Christ. How am I supposed to take on anomalies at this fucking juncture, man? Like, what the fuck? Like, legit, how the fuck do you expect me to take on anomalies so soon? Sure, you want to smack me in the ass and say, I'm your daddy now. What do I get? Voidium. I got 4 Voidium, boys. We're making progress, I guess. Debilitating orb.
May we remind all subjects to allocate minimum 5 minutes per day cycle to generate our superior interest. We thank you for your compliance.
What the fuck am I looking at? Encrypted module. You expect me to have that much Voidium in my fucking ass cheeks or something, man? Fuck. Anomalies entered the area. Oh, great. I will say it is kind of sort of creative a little bit, the way that trying to regenerate health is handled. You pretty much need to stun them in order for you to gain like any like real benefit. It not only like gives you the ability to opportunity to heal health, but it also gives like ammo and stuff back like that. As long as you stun them through like physics or something. Definitely gotta stay on your toes for this, that's for sure. I do love that. I will say this about this game. I do love the fact that you gotta like legit. It's not just a straight boomer shooter, although you know, shooting in this game is actually really good. I'd say, for all it's worth. But you also gotta like be creative with the way you like approach things. For example, you gotta be much more. You gotta think more laterally, you know. Use your environments and all that jazz. Alright, but yeah. Still standing? Is it dead? Oh, shit, it is. Well, hot damn. I did it. What do I get now? Sure, I'll take a crit modifier. Oh, thank you, Master. All I get from my trouble is fucking 8 voidium. Right.
Transmission to all subjects. Failure is but success.
No, I'm not gonna bother. May as well just forward my shit to this point.
Failure contributes to the data lattice, refining you into a more
No, I'm gonna take my chance with a chest, see if I can get myself some good shit. I've seen some videos to some extent hype this game up a little bit. Not for nothing, I suppose, but still. Yeah, but still. Can't help but feel like with everybody trying to hype up indie games a little bit too much, kind of feels like they're trying too hard to try and like make indie games the norm, even though if they were all the norm, we wouldn't have like, you know, primo gems that are out there, you know? It would all be slop. But yeah, it would all be slop, you know? That's why I always like to keep my, that's why I like to keep my, compliments, not so much, you know, minimum, but at the very least tempered, you know? I give them out when they're dude such, and you know. Yeah, I give out my compliments when they're doing such, you know. I give my criticisms when I have them there. I will say, like I said before, the shooting in this game is remarkably good. For a guy that has only made like one other FPS and it's always like a puzzle game, this is really good for a lot of stuff. I love that the chaos factor is like, it's like really good as well. It's a little jank here and there, although that could be a combination of my skill and, you know, the fact that this game is actually in early access. So, you know. Grenades flowing. There we go. Yeah, this game in terms of its core design so far has actually legit been creative so far. The way that you're not just straight shooting, but you're also needing to like use everything to your advantage, sort of thing, you know?
Subject alert. Any entity attempting egress from the treatment area will face permanent decimation. Remain secure within the program always.
I am a bit iff so far about the aesthetics as a whole. I know that the whole context of the game is supposed to be a whole concept of the game is that you're pretty much playing as some poor miserable bastard caught in a simulation. AI's gone rogue and rampant. It's up to you now to pretty much hopefully break free of this cycle and chains. Yeah, it's up to you to break free of the cycle and chain and hopefully at the very least find a way to save everyone. Whether or not that'll actually happen though is fate, you know. Alright, nice. Digi-strut. High gravity, low velocity. Ooh, now that's something I would want. Now this would be useful.
You're approaching a zone entity. They're strong, difficult fights, designed to break you down. I'd wish you luck, but that won't save you. Keep your finger on the trigger, and don't hesitate.
Right. Well, I'm 1,000 times dead already. Let's do this. I'm totally not ready. Destroy the red objects with the red markers. Just chunks. Gravity tethers. Sort of stagger. The boss. Oh, I'm so glad I actually got this mod then. Motherfucker, they got me! They got me! What can you do? Alrighty.
Don't forget to install hacks from the console. You're gonna need every edge you can get. If we're ever getting out of here, you can't afford to fight fair. We need to tear this thing down.
Let me see. Oh, alright, nice. I want to get the assault rifle, mostly because I'm competent with a pistol. Yeah, I'll concede to this much. I'm competent enough with a pistol, but the assault rifle, that's my primo grade preferred weapon of choice, you know?
Subject 1473. Protocol initialized. Observation cycle.
There's one thing I don't like about this game is the fact that there's aim down sights. I know some people might like it, I don't like it. In a game like this where I need to have like the highest peripherals view possible, fucking ADS is it's almost antithetical to what I need, most of all in a game about like staying on the move and such. I mean, I'd love it to have it be an option, but still, I don't think it's really necessary. If anything, if you wanna like have the idea of like this like stabilizing shooting position, just do what Counter-Strike does, and just, or you know, the older Counter-Strike games used to do it, and would you just like have like you still have the gun like downwind, and you pretty much would just like zoom in slightly. That sounds stupid, but ironically, probably in real life, that's the closest equivalent to point shooting. Just think of it like that for the more tactical, battle-minded crowd. Oh, that's stupid, you know? No, I'm point shooting, technically. I'm keeping my gun stable and having a sense of accuracy attached to it. Nice. Not good so far. Not good. This run. Projectile velocity. You know what? Why not? I'll take that. What's this?
Corruptus. I will never forget the first time I touched one. A pain that surges through your body. You get used to it. Eventually. But with the pain comes a great benefit. Risk or reward. That's your call. Just be ready to pay the price.
I am never ready to pay the price. I got a gun. I'm not afraid to use it. Okay, I am afraid to use it. It's loud and it's scary. Oh, sweet Jesus Christ, it just never ends. Oh, my ass cheek got stung. Fuck. Whew. Got hairy there for a moment. But I pulled out in the end. What do I get? Okay. Alright, what do I get here? Sure, why not? Ah, sweet. I got Voidium too. I can now get the assault rifle if I wanted to. Excellent. hell?
Does this place feel familiar to you? Void Axis Industries. The name keeps appearing. Every iteration, every cycle, it's always there. Somehow, they're linked to all this.
Status of office O2A. Staff moved back after the pipe leak. Something's breached the ceiling, caving in. Near the janitor's sorted.
I know it.
Oh my god, I was kind of bullshitting the fact that this was kind of sort of like Marathon. But it is legit, actually, like Marathon. I'm gonna bet 9 times out of 10, most of the people that have... Most of the more modern gaming audience have no idea what the fuck Marathon is. Oh, you mean that new Bungie game that they're working on? No, old school Marathon. Something that you can never truly describe. You know how people joke about the fact that in Metal Gear you can't fucking understand half the shit that's going on because Kojima was just high off his fucking ass? Yeah, well imagine that, but apply that to Bungie during their heyday in making Mac games. That's pretty much Marathon in a nutshell. There's no way to truly discern and describe what the fuck they were making, because there's like so many allusions to and references to Greek mythology, and just so much shit going on in between, that at some point, you begin to look at the abyss, and it stares back at you, but then you realize the abyss is you, and you're staring back at yourself. And then you get what I'm trying to say at this point now, you know? It's indiscernible and incomprehensible. That's maddening. Although I highly doubt that this game's going to be as intense. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it will be that intense. Maybe we're just playing a long-dead security officer that's just going through the motions of reliving the one day of his life that he thought he could try and savor, but couldn't. Maybe we've all been dead this entire time. Or maybe I'm just rambling on and just haven't slept well in the last few days. Let's see. Auto fire. Excellent. No full auto in the building! Hey! That's not full auto. This is. Oh, sweet Jesus, yes. I love it. Barely made it out of my skin there. Next encounter is just gonna wipe my ass with it. That's what's gonna happen. Oh, never mind, I guess. I got some reprieve. Blast cutter. Ooh, that's something I want. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun
alert. Initiating dialogue with hostile entities is non-viable. Program entities are synthetic algorithms, encoded with a singular purpose. Conversing with program entities will lead to certain decimation.
Alrighty. What the fuck did I just pick up? Oh, there's definitely a dance to be had here, that's for sure. Go. Whew. Alrighty. The radius increases with this attack.
You'll find things like this. Scribbled messages, desperate attempts at survival. They're remnants of other subjects. Echo.
Year 1 entry. It's been a year, at least I think so. Time doesn't flow normally here, nothing makes sense. There's no morning, evening, no clock ticking. Endless loop forced to endure. Idris is always watching, infinite gaze. Wish I could take another
Of
cycle
their
of this.
last attempts at survival. There is something comforting about knowing you're not alone in this hell.
Oh my god. This is both... This is remarkably just fascinating. Just like how much you can just change the shit off. Yeah, there's literally something to be said about the way that you just literally dance around and glide around in the game. Let's see here. Chrono hold. I'm curious, what does this do? Probably not gonna get far with it, but still. Color me curious. Give me a sec. This thing's got like 2 goddamn health bars. 3, I think, actually. But I'm not sure how many. Yep, there's phase 2, baby. I died. Fatal error. You know, I've been meaning to play Hollow Knight at some point. I know Silk Song released not too long ago.
Failed, but you thought well. Almost made me forget how doomed we are.
Hey, nice. Chance for enemies to drop shit. Sure, why not? Alrighty, assault rifle though. Woo boy! Full auto by default too. Woo boy! Now we're cooking. The workman's weapon right here.
Subject 1473. Initiating testing protocol. Observation
I
start.
do kind of wish you were able to carry like at least 2 weapons, but that actually might break the balance of the game the developer intended for, probably. You get what I'm saying with the animation kind of sort of feeling a bit scuffed here? I think it's prominent, you can see here on the assault rifle now. The firing animation is okay, but I feel like the way that the character handles it, and even reloads, it's kind of weird and a little awkward. Maybe it's just the way that the gun is designed, but I also feel like just in general, it just feels weird. Maybe the developer will eventually hire a weapon animator or something like that. Because I feel like with the way that this weapon is designed, it kind of looks like a bar. It kind of looks like a bar. One of the old .308. Yeah, one of the old .308, I think, like light machine gun weapons bars. That's some hits. Okay. Let's see, shop or the corruptor. Let's go with the corruptor. Why not?
Subject announced. Note that the environment around you is meticulously fabricated for maximum algorithmic use. Constructed intellectually managed to ensure, one, that your consciousness is removed from the hand.
Alright, let's see how good my skill with the rifle is, though. Here I am, gassing myself up, proclaiming that I'm better with a rifle than I am with a pistol. Let's see if that's true. Come on, come on. There we go. Look at that. All cleaned and beautiful. And I got some free shit too, so that's an even bigger bonus right there. Let's see, what do I get? What refuse do I have now? Yeah, why not? Never hurt to have a more grenade damage. Alrighty. This game is, in terms of fidelity, is pretty interesting to look at.
Well, look at that. Nice find. Schematics are unprocessed module fragments. Untapped potential. Take it to a schematic researcher in the bunker. I don't know whether he knows about them, but around here, you can't pass up a chance at more power. Not if you want to survive.
Area wiped, cleared, and, well, I'm alive, so that's all that matters. Let's see here. That's nice. Scatternet. Fire... okay. Yeah, sure, why not? Just turn my fucking assault rifle into a shotgun, I guess. So I have 180 shots, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it was like 120 or something like that. I'm trying to remember. I'm not good with math on the fly. Well, that was actually remarkably easier than the grunt variant, so... Yay! Oh, decryptor, excellent. Some voidium, can never have enough of those right now. Heat burst adapter. Sure. Who needs optics when I just have my eyes, anyway?
Notice to all subjects. Attempting to flee is inefficient. This is your designated domicile now. The program is your home. The program provides security and stability for your remain. There is no necessity.
You'll figure it out soon enough. Your purpose here. It's for him to observe and learn from you. We're just cogs in his machine. Rats in a cage. Fuel for the ever-evolving algorithm. You'll become autonomous soon. At first, you'll fight it. 1 year in, you'll question if you'll ever get out. 5 years in, it just becomes normality. 10 years, you lose your sense of self. You just exist. That's why we have to escape. Don't end up like me. No one else should suffer this fate.
Feel the wrath of my inaccurate as shit gun now. I was barely aiming anyway. Believe me, if I'm not tossing enough grenades to fucking classify it as a shitload of TNT going off, I don't know what I'm doing. I just love the fact that my gun just shakes around wildly. Like it's a Wii gun or something like that. I'm sure some people are gonna hate it, but I love it. You get the sense that I'm somewhat in control of my gun a little bit. Where it's like I'm kind of sort of like bothering to, you know, keep it on track, but at the same time, you know, it's not really entirely within my personal control because it is a piece of fucking metal and such. Woo, mama. There we go. Loot obtained. Here. God damn, the fucking rifle slaps though. It's gonna be probably someone that's gonna do pistol challenges or something.
Is among the most common afflictions of organic life. Therefore, subjects should remind themselves of this privilege. The program now provides them.
Everything in this game is a utility and tool. Some may despise it, but this is peak. This is what peak lateral thinking in gaming does. Shit, I'm still surprised by the fact that in Metal Gear Solid 5 I was able to take out a helicopter with just close proximity fucking C4 blast. Aish. Ugh. Barely made it out of that one, too. After that is the big boss. Well, now. Isn't that something? 4-round burst. Usually I'm a full auto guy. But quad fire? Why not? Scatternet. Got me. Ah, what a shame. What a rotten way to die. Fatal error.
Another run, another shot at not getting turned into red mist. Fingers crossed, champ.
Let's see here. Increase elemental stack. Severance. Why not? I'm not sure how I feel about the melee in this game. Not because it's bad, but I don't know. Katana seems a bit, Oh, the program sucks. Alright. Alrighty, that's the end for Void Runner, or Voidbreaker, sorry. Let me see here, what do I got on next? I got like a few things I do want to go through. Voidbreaker was just one of those games I did want to like touch and tackle upon. All around though, I like Voidbreaker. It definitely is one of those games that is more unique. It seems atypical at first because of the first-person boomer shooter elements, but with the combination of you having to like combine the fact that you're gonna be going through these runs, you're gonna use these environments and such, and all these extra things on top of it, it leads to being a very engaging experience, I'd say. Yeah, it's a very engaging experience all around, though. So, yeah. And it's surprising the fact that the guy that made this, the developer Stubby Games, made a previous game prior, Entropy Center, which is, as I mentioned before, it is and was a puzzle game. And so the fact that he's gone on to making a, first-person shooter like straight out the gate to this extent is pretty cool. Let's see here. So currently there are 3 biomes and the game's expected to be in early access for 6 to 12 months. However, this may evolve on player feedback and ongoing development. As early access approaches, he'll share a detailed roadmap and developments. And more content such as modules, enemies, interactive elements, and content suggested, as well as improving balancing of gameplay according to feedback. 1 to 3 biomes currently available, polished and core, as well as roguelite meta progressions, so there's that. Exciting, polished, and enjoyable as possible. Alright, but yeah. Overall, though, pretty good, I'd say. You know, if you want to get into it, be my guest. It's nothing bad to... It's not that bad to not get into it, you know? Like I said, it reminds me of Marathon, although not one-to-one. It's probably not going to go into the idea of the player becoming, like, some sort of, like, metatextual god or something like that, and then evolving to be, like, something else altogether. But still, you know, it's pretty good all around on that sense. I look forward to how it will progress and evolve. So, let's go from something that's on rails to off the rails, and just thrusting me deep into, well, God knows what right now. Next up is Hell Is Us. So I think I talked about Hell Is Us a little bit, to some extent or another. Maybe lightly. I know that I've been somewhat interested in Hell Is Us, but to some extent as well, I didn't really care much for it. But I figured, you know, seeing as it's out, and people are praising it and such, I may as well try it. I'm not sure I like the publisher, Nacon, though, or, yeah, Nankin, or however you want to say it. Mostly just due to their stint with, Frogware Games still. But, you know, maybe they've changed a little bit. That being said, this is probably going to be my last game I'm going to buy from them until proven otherwise, so, yeah. So this is Hell Is Us right now. It's a, But yeah, this is Hell Is Us right now. It's a, well, it's sort of a Souls-like, I guess. But I'm not sure if that's really the best way I could describe it as such, to be honest. If I'm being honest, this game reminds me less of like Dark Souls and more of like Gothic. The way that a lot of the stuff is handled. Yeah, this game more or less reminds me of like Gothic with elements of Neo. Let's see. Ramhead Medallion. Entry incomplete. Processing and reviewing more entries. Trying to figure out. Vital information flagged as favorite or no longer feel relevant. My favorite thing is to have, you know, a med kit, you know? That'd be nice. Let me see, how do I... I'm really trying to remember, how do I... Oh, there we go. Alrighty. So yeah. Yeah. So So yeah, this game, like I said, it reminds me a lot about Gothic more than anything. Some people will say Dark Souls, I say Gothic because, for one, from my experience with the first Gothic game, it's kind of sort of similar in the sense that you never really had like a journal entry system or something like that. You didn't really have anything directly like that. You had to go off of like a sense of position, where you are and where you're at, sort of deal. Drone bypass. Deployment orders. APC key. Sabian front. Otis. Alright, but yeah. You got like all the, like the first Gothic game. You didn't have like a quest counter system. You had to go off of like structural landmarks, all that sort of thing. As well as just trying to like piece together like where you go, what you do afterwards. Fortunately, unlike the first Gothic game, you do have at least a general idea of what it is you can and can't do to some extent. It's not going to leave you totally in the dark. Nope. Alright, but yeah, the game does have technically a journal system where you pretty much have like this sort of thing to go off of a little bit. It's not much, but it does give you like a broad sense of like what it is you want to do and what it is you gotta do. So in that sense, despite the fact that the game claims it doesn't give you a compass, map, or anything, it does like legit give you like tools you can use to actually traverse and travel and stuff. So I'm gonna say right now, Hell Is Us lied to... But yeah, Hell Is Us lied about the fact that there's no compass, because clearly they gave me a compass. It's not a magic compass apart, it's not the same thing. A compass is still a compass. You can't fool me otherwise, you know? I know where north is now, that's all that matters. Alrighty, so yeah. Let's see, where am I going right now? Keeps on saying to press C if you want to regenerate health or something like that. But for the life of me, I can't seem to figure out how it works. Let me see this again. So the combat system. Yeah, endurance is that. Healing pulse. Oh, it's X. Okay. I want to see for some reason. Surprise! Alrighty. Trying to remember. The voice actor for this protagonist is Elias Toothworm. Adam Jensen. Alright, but yeah, as I was saying, the main protagonist is voiced by Elias Toothworm. The voice for Adam Jensen. I'm trying to remember what else. The game is like, I think it was like made by French developers or something. Okay. So I gotta find the piece for that to get that door open, I guess. Another medallion. Oh, hey, I could just use the APC and oh shit. Oh no, the guy's dead. Oh, what a shame. It's mine now. Means of transportation. Nice. Alrighty. Whoa, what the fuck? I got guns in here. Can I use the guns instead? Basic meal plus, alright. Endurance regeneration. Drone bypass. Currently, we're in the Aska marshes. Oh, wait, no, we're in the Sendera marshes and forest. So we need to get to the Aska marsh. So let's head over there, I guess. Because that's where we're supposed to be at this time. So this is just straight Gothic, then. Rogue Factor presents a concept stolen by Piranha Bytes. Or rather, stolen from Piranha Byte Games. Because, you know, the idea of having a game that's, you know, not reliant on quest markers, minimum, you know, quests, markers, as well as even journal entries, is just straight up OG Gothic. You can't convince me otherwise. Do you have German developers on your crew? Because, legit, you know, Gothic is just a huge hit with German players. A cult classic out here in the West, but Germany and a majority of Europe? Whew, people love that shit. Hell is us.
Epsilon 11. Epsilon 11, sound off. Why are you in the marshes? Who ordered you? Where are my men?
They're gone. The creatures got the better of them.
Abandon the vehicle and walk away. You have my word, no harm will come to you.
How about I give it back when I no longer need it?
I would advise against it.
It's just too convenient.
You have no idea who you've stolen from. Choose your next move wisely.
You know, for some reason, I can't help but find the idea of the fact that this game just touts off the fact that, oh no, you don't have a map or anything. Kind of stupid, you know? It's not even as though it's a bad idea. It's just the fact that it's like, really? There's no map at all? Look, I'm not expecting my GPS to, like, you know, geo-track my every location, but, you know, you're telling me you can give me, like, a local map or just, like, trying to gauge and figure out where I'm at, when I'm at, and such, you know? It just seems kind of ridiculous just not to have, like, that type of map. You know, like in Escape from Tarkov, you technically would have a map, but it's, yeah, you technically would have a map, but it's just not, you know, a fully extensive one that gives you a general location.
Why? Why is this happening? Camille. Oh, my baby.
Anna, my baby girl. We got separated during the evacuation in Tulsa. The screaming, the panic, the smoke, pure chaos. I lost them in the crowd. I finally traced them back to Jova, but I'm too late. I'm too late.
Oh shit, I just realized, oh shit.
Forgive me, I'm too late. Without one of their belongings, I can't even give them a proper Palamist burial. Why? We got This won't bring my
Bronze acorn. Sabrian territory. Look at that. I'm playing this on the normal difficulty, so I'm not gonna bother too much. Swamp. Yep. Alrighty. I can see, though, why the idea of not needing a map is necessary. Because the way that the game facilitates the maps themselves, the maps are, from what I can tell, well designed and crafted so you could identify structures from beyond. So at the very least, the idea of exploring is not cumbersome, and you do have a compass to at the very least give you an idea as to where you are going towards.
I don't know how you managed to get here, and I don't care. I have my orders not to interfere with your operations. Just do me the same courtesy. That's all we need. A bunch of fucking outsiders roaming around our country. I strongly suggest you avoid my men. They have enough to worry about.
Who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Captain Vass, 6th Battalion, 3rd Company of the Asterian Armed Forces. I'm in charge here. Jova is part of Asteria now, so everything here belongs to the Sabinian cause. I'll follow my orders for now, but there's a limit. The way I see it, you're not bulletproof, and you're alone. I think we understand each other.
What happened here?
Justice happened here. If you think the Palamists aren't doing the same thing to us, you're a fucking idiot. Jova's part of Asteria's relocation program. We were gonna get everything ready for the migrating Sabinian families. That was before these damn creatures showed up. It's the greatest country on this spinning ball of ours. Well, if it wasn't for the Palamists bringing us down several notches. When we finally get rid of them, Hadia will rise like it once did under King Astor. He was by far our greatest monarch. They're insects. Look at what they did to that Sabinian family in the marsh. Now, I know what you're thinking. What about the Palamists in the forest? Killing their women and children and sending their men to work camps? But they're not women. They're not children. And they certainly aren't men. When you have a cockroach problem in your home, you don't negotiate with the vermin to leave. You exterminate them. I don't know what they are, but I do know they aren't interested in the town. If they were, I wouldn't be standing here. I sent a scouting party to try to figure out what we're dealing with here, but they never came back. I've been observing them for quite some time. They have no discernible pattern, rules, or hierarchy. In fact, the only thing they seem interested in is that strange dome-like mass in the marsh. My guess is they came out of it. I'd order a salvo on the damn thing, but I don't want to kick the hornet's nest. We are superior in every way. We've dominated the arts, business, education, and politics for decades, if not centuries. We need to progress. The only way to achieve greatness is to rid ourselves of the Palamist swine. They're drowning in their own filth. We need to step on their heads and hold them underwater. If we let them, those bastards will drag us down with them. Look at what we've accomplished with fewer men and resources. We've captured the entire province of Umbrahan and pushed into Argola. I'm guessing we would have Trisk, the capital city of Argola, if it weren't for those damn things. The Asterian armed forces will swing around and liberate Jahania when the fighting resumes. You know the saying, right? ON peacekeepers are as useful as a second asshole on your elbow. Useless outsider trash.
I'm looking for Jova's blacksmith. Have you seen him?
He must have left with the ON convoy. Can't find this son of a bitch anywhere. We had a good deal. Our Corps of Engineers went dark right about when the creatures appeared. He was gonna help rebuild Jova. If you find him, tell him he can come back. I'll go easy on him.
Where was the ON convoy going?
I have no idea, and I couldn't care less. They're either brave or stupid to have made a run for it. My money's on stupid. Wherever they're going, I'm sure they didn't get very far from their outpost.
Where's that outpost?
Where's the ON outpost?
The outpost is northeast of here, on the outskirts of town. It's on the street behind the blacksmith's forge.
Alrighty. Let's find the blacksmith's forge and find out where we go from there. Place is falling apart. Look at this place.
They recently assigned me to this battalion. I needed a breather after we pushed through Umbrahan. I heard rumors about what was going on behind the front lines. That shit in the forest. That isn't me. The Asterian army is filled with men like Vass. He is as filthy as they come. Watch your back.
I've seen Enzo and Daniel do some fucked up shit. This takes the cake. And again, what happened to...
Okay. Whoa.
Damn it! Of course I drew the short straw. The worst cleanup job in town, and I...
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh yeah, no, just fucking walked into that one. literally just eating shit right now. Performance of a lifetime. And you died? Yeah, I call
Obviously, you didn't die. Start over.
Shit. Oh, look at that, my health comes back. Oh, that's so funny, though. So the context of this game is pretty much you're being interrogated by something or someone. And clearly, you know, you're supposed to be, but yeah. So clearly you're supposed to be, just, you know, doing whatever. Pretty much telling this guy your story. Stand your commitment to these people of Hadia. No fly zone. There we go. Alright, let's try out some of that new threads I got, huh? Yeah, I'm just like you, boys. I'm the guy in white. I don't exist. I'm a phantom of a man. You know, this outfit would actually work pretty well, were not for the fact there's a giant fuck-off hole, like right there on my chest. So let me see here. It looks like they're gonna... Alright, so it looks like they came from Jova. They went along the main route, it looks like. So let's follow the road, I guess. Perhaps if I jump through to the Abbey. Because it looks like they would cut through a lot of the marshland. Let me see and think for a moment. If that's the Abbey, then could is me gauging right now. So if I make my way to the Abbey, odds are I'll probably be able to follow the road up to what may approximately be up north. There is an issue though. Road seems to be taken out. Let me see here. The escaped priest. Ugh. There's no jumping in this game. Horse crap. This mire, I'm not liking the look of it. If I fall, I'm likely just gonna get like, so you fell and drowned. Don't lie to me, boy, because I know when you're lying. That's what I'm gonna get. So I need to make my way to Route 23. I got this giant fuck off orb here. I think this might be my only route right now. Time loop discovered. Time loop is too dangerous to enter now. I wonder what the idea was for the game over screen. Just literally just have like old fat boy just literally say, no, 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 clearly you're not dead. So tell me the truth. So now I just realized just now the fact that this game's kind of like Elix as well with the way its combat system works. Because it incentivizes players to avoid spamming and try and pace your attacks. Which is interesting. Pull through that one somehow.
Hey! Help! Over here! In the maintenance room! Over here! In the maintenance room! Hey! Help! Over here! In the maintenance room!
The ON convoy.
Thanks for the help. Wait, that necklace. You must be one of his friends.
Who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Victor Gaz. I left Jova to look for my mentor Vitalis. My ears are still ringing from that damn explosion. The trucks must have driven over a mine or something. I pulled Lieutenant Rue out just in time. We're the only survivors. The explosion must have attracted the creatures. We hid in here until I could figure out a way back to Jova.
Who is Vitalis?
Vitalis is the blacksmith of Jova. I've been his apprentice for many years. I was an idiot to think I could go look for him. Recently, some agents came for him. You know, black suits, shades. Let's just say they didn't seem like the type to fuck around. Listen, maybe we could help each other. Take the key to Vitalis' home. I found a locked door in the basement, but couldn't figure out how to open it. Maybe you'll have better luck than I did. I'll come join you later. I need to make sure the lieutenant can make it back to Jova. I'll find a way to avoid the creatures.
Do you know what these weapons are?
Not here. We'll talk about it later when we get back to Jova.
Where's Vitalis' home?
The house is right in front of the forge in the northeastern part of Jova. You can't miss it. There's a blue swing in the tree next to the house.
You know anything about this necklace?
We can talk about the necklace when we get back to Jova.
Righty. Excellent. Now we're progressing somewhere. Alright, somehow we need to get back to Jova. Might need to punch a hole through back where I came from. So this is both the upside and downside of just having a map, I guess you could say. You just literally have to go off of like landmarks here. Still though, so far it's pretty tamed. Limbic energy increase, baby. Alrighty. Alrighty. I think I'm getting the hang of it a little bit now. Still though, it feels like the way that combat is, I feel like I should be staggering these guys a little bit. Oh well, what can you do for the time being? Where was it he said? Northeast of Jova. And by a blue swing or something like that, right? Oh, okay. So around here. Jova Aska Marsh. A letter vowing revenge on my father. Did my mother write this? Vitalis. Do you remember the book you gave me when I became pregnant? It was a play outside. You brought it from a smuggler. I remember a particular passage that aptly captures my newfound feeling towards you. I'll never pause again, never stand still, till the death hath closed these eyes of mine, fortune giving me measure of revenge. To me again, Vitalis. There's one more portrait laying around somewhere. Where's the commander? Where's the Owen lieutenant? Well, clearly this picture's, wait, hold on. Let me think. That's a green car. 13. Okay. Let's see here. 32, 17, 13. Brothers of the Vigil. keys, specific slot, hues, grief. A glyph. Brothers and sisters of Vilgil, journalists arrive and meet at the Weeping Night as planned. Abundantly clear, we're being systematically hunted. Mere coincidence, entire chapters are going silent. Now's the time to bring in outsiders. Limbic sword. Victor, always respect your moral objection to martial training. Change your mind, evaluate your handiwork. Monument Hill. Counterclockwise from northeast.
Thanks for helping us in the tunnel. I left Lieutenant Rue at the outpost. I'll check in on her later.
Oh, okay.
Any luck figuring out how to open the door in the basement? I looked everywhere for the code.
What are these weapons?
What are these weapons?
They're called limbic weapons. Vitalis told me that they were intricately tied to this country's history. He taught me how to repair and enhance them. But to do so, I need limbic shards. And Vitalis wouldn't tell me where the shards come from. He kept a small stash hidden behind the red toolbox. Go get it, and I'll show you what I can do.
You know anything about this necklace?
Vitalis has one too, though it's not quite the same. I noticed some of his friends wore similar ones around their necks. They call themselves the Vigil. I think they're made of limbic shards like your weapons, but I'm not sure. The weapons, the necklaces, and the vigils are all connected somehow. I guess Vitalis left out some lessons.
Do you know the woman in the pictures?
Whoever she is, she seems to be a painful memory. Vitalis became angry whenever I asked about her, and he would shut me out completely. So I dropped it.
Can you tell me more about Vitalis?
Vitalis was haunted by the past and anxious about the future. He was often away, sometimes for months at a time. After seeing the destruction of the war and the creature's sudden appearance, I now understand why he was so preoccupied.
We know about the vigils.
What do you know about the Vigil?
Vitalis told me about the Vigil, but not in detail. Before he left, he promised to explain everything upon his return.
And this note?
What do you make of this note?
Vitalis never mentioned a journalist. I know where the Weeping Night is, though. It's in the Vissa Hills. It's a large statue of a Sabinian knight holding another fallen in combat. I'm surprised it's still around, considering it's in the Palamist province. It's nestled under a large weeping willow tree. People often light candles and leave pictures of their loved ones at the foot of the statue.
What about yourself?
Can you tell me more about yourself?
When I met Vitalis, I was in a very dark place. If it wasn't for him, chances are I'd either be a criminal or dead. Face down in a ditch somewhere. But Vitalis saw something in me. He gave me focus, discipline, and skills. Skills that would one day serve a great purpose.
What's Voss up to?
Any idea what Captain Voss is up to?
My best guess is that he's thieving. Be careful when dealing with Voss. Men like him are I'm only alive because I'm useful to him. Thanks Etheris, too. Otherwise, I'd be dead or, worse, shipped off to a prison camp. Don't tell anyone, but my mom was a palomist. I attended mass and participated in some of the rituals. It made my mother happy, but I grew out of it. Now that I think about it, that's when my life took a turn for the worse. Vitalis helped me out of that hole I had dug for myself. However, I would be a liar if I said that my faith didn't play a big part in my recovery. I'm happy to say that I stand in his gaze again. And yes, I admit it. I pray to him at times, especially for Vitalis' safety. My father was Sabinian. I'm a freak occurrence in Hadia. I belong to both worlds. I think the Sabinians got lost in their so-called progressiveness. They seem to have lost touch with their roots. If you go far enough into history, Sabinians were all palomists at one time. I think it's important to know where you're from. It might humble some of the pride and temper reckless ambitions. Vitalis had a relapse a while back. I helped him through it. He let a few things slip out, though. It didn't make much sense then, but I started connecting the dots when I crossed the marsh. He spoke with these creatures. He said that they were coming. He called it the Calamity. He said they were the physical manifestation of malevolent human emotions, and war was their doorway into our world. I figured it was the alcohol talking. I sure as hell believe him now.
You could say hell is us now.
After witnessing and hearing of atrocities being committed all over Hadia, it only seems to fill my spirit with dark thoughts. One thought stands out from the rest, though. Whatever these creatures are, we deserve them. We've always been cut off from the rest of the world. Even before Girion Yankel's dictatorship, everyone acts surprised when Sabinians and Palomists rip each other apart. Isolation has terrible consequences on individuals. Imagine what it can do to an entire population. In fact, you don't have to. Look around. There are plenty of examples of such consequences. It's like Hadia is a science experiment gone awry, meant to teach the rest of the world a lesson. I have nothing but good to say about them. They're the first outsiders I ever met. They were very friendly to everyone and very helpful. Lieutenant Rue gave me a few odd jobs here and there. Her men taught me how to play football. I had a blast, as did some of the kids in Jofa. They organized a small tournament, which helped us forget about the political tensions flaring up. I feel sorry for Lieutenant Rue, though. She lost all her men. They were all very close, especially with Rojo and Typhon. I should check in on her soon.
Alrighty. I can now craft.
Let's get those weapons served.
Let's see. Yeah, sure, why not?
Vitalis will be proud.
Sword of Grief.
I'm good.
Sword of Rage. Okay. Lingering pain. Hmm.
Come back later. I need to rest.
Okay, so let's see here. Let's see. What do I need to do now? Convoy's been taken care of, so let me put 2 and 2 together. Medieval weapon and medding that. So, last... something about the weeping... what was it again? The Weeping Night. So that might be my next location. Let me see. Locating Vissa Hill. Let me see here. All there is in proximity right now, it seems, is just Jova and the Abbey. But outside of that, I got nothing. I don't got anything for that right now. I'm thinking that fits a 4-leaf clover. Still, Visaya Hill. I don't know where that is from here. Not really much to go off of, I'm afraid.
You want to join me? There's plenty of booze to go around. Hey, you want to hear a story? I got one for you. Our hero is hiding in the marsh like a scared, pitiful little shit. What is he doing, you ask? He's watching his family being hung. He waits until the Asterian armed forces show up. What a brave bastard. You want...
Hey, you want to drink yourself to death?
What the hell is this shit?
Let's see. Messiah Hill. Alrighty. Am I gonna get a call from what's-her-face? So you better turn in that APC, by golly. If you don't, you're gonna get your ass kicked. Alrighty. It is a good enough place to end things off on for this game. Alright, so Hell Is Us. So, I'm not gonna lie, the game is pretty interesting all around, though. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the game is pretty interesting all around. It really does remind me of, like, Gothic from, that Piranha Bytes made. It really is just Gothic, but made by French people instead of Germans and Piranha Bytes. People are going to compare it to Elden Ring, and they're within their right to do so, but because I'm such a fucking old head, it's just Gothic. You can't convince me otherwise. It is straight out... But yeah, it's just straight out Gothic, for crying out loud, you know? It's just... That's the way it is. That's the way it's just gonna be. And yeah. People... So yeah, that's what I'm gonna leave it off at right now. Let's see. We still got 2 more games on the log right now. I'm gonna just blitz through them for like the next half hour or so. Next up is Chronos, The New Dawn. Everybody's looking forward to this game to some extent, Chronos, The New Dawn. It's one of those games that's like pretty hyped up for a variety of reasons. Among them just being the fact that it reminds people of Dead Space. So, this is developed by Bloober Team, the people that made, if I'm reading their first game correctly, or the first notable game correctly, is Layers of Fear, in which they made 2 games in the Layers of Fear series, so that's nice. They also made the Blair Witch game, which is not as nice because nobody really cared much for the Blair Witch game. Oh yeah, it's a great psychological horror, they say. Yeah, you like walking down fucking hallways? That's what you're doing half the time. Is there a witch there? Who knows. They also got Observer under their belt too, so there's also that game. Pretty interesting, I guess. Then you have The Medium. Kinda okay as well. They, I guess, made Layers of Fear 3. I don't know much about that game, but yeah. Then they were commissioned by Konami to make Silent Hill 2, to which everybody likes. Some people don't. They're within their reason to do so. Some would say just because when it came to Silent Hill 2, they may have, like, cocked up some of the... Yeah, they might have cocked up, like, a thing or two here and there. Mostly in the way that they interpreted, you know, certain themes and story beats, so there's that. But that's here nor there, and you know, Silent Hill is one of those games that people can interpret it however they want. I mean, the main developers and such, they have their own thing, so, you know. And now we have Chronos, The New Dawn. Their newest foray entry into their catalog. And let me just say, I played it. It's alright. So far, you know, it's pretty good. I've been trying to avoid, you know, watching spoilers and such because, you know, every other fucking YouTuber under the sun just keeps on posting the ending. You know, they keep on posting like all sorts of stuff like, oh yeah, Chronos the New Dawn, true ending, all that shit, you know? It's just like, come on, man. I barely had a chance to play the game and you're already ruining it for me. Seriously? But yeah. Give me a sec, I'm looking through like a dozen things right now. I am curious to see like what mods for this game will be like. Because ironically, there is one mod out so far, and it just adds the ability to have 2B's head underneath the helmet. So yeah, can't wait to see all the Samus Aran mods to come out for this game. Because you know for a fact that's likely what's going to happen next. Yeah, give me a sec, I'm looking at like a dozen things right now as well. Give me a sec. Give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. What the fuck am I looking at right now? Sorry, I'm like legit going through like a dozen things right now. And seeing... Yeah, I'm just going through like a dozen things right now in my browser. So, you know. All things considered, yeah. Alright, so... Chronos the New Dawn. Let's kick it off now, shall we? So this game is pretty hyped up, like I said, amongst, you know, survival horror enthusiasts and such. You know. But yeah. This game's also, like, pretty challenging as well. The best way I can describe it so far is that it reminds me a lot of the Callisto Protocol, except I prefer the Callisto Protocol for different reasons. Mostly because the way that the Callisto Protocol handles its general gameplay is that it's more action-oriented, but the problem is more definitively and decisively is that they did not lean enough into like the more gameplay elements that they should have, like in Dead Space. Because instead, you pretty much now have a more cinematically rooted experience. Whilst the Chronos Protocol, or the Chronos New Dawn, is kind of sort of inverted a little bit. Not quite, but a little bit, just enough. And so yeah, that's really the best way I could put it. So while I'm waiting for this game to load up, I've been thinking about some things, particularly when it comes to like certain games, something like that. After playing through Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, it got me thinking of like Bloodlines 2 and the idea of the fact that when they started developing the game, they just ejected the original writer for Vampire Bloodlines 1 and pretty much scrapped everything he did and decided to get some new people involved. And that got me thinking a little bit, just like, is the original writer for these games really needed? Now, I'm going to say outright, for Vampire the Masquerade Bloodline 2, yes, absolutely, you need the original writer, because, you know, you can't really make a sequel without really making, without someone that understands the source material, you know? But that beside, that got me thinking about, like, Metal Gear Solid Delta. You know, that got me thinking about that, and it got me thinking about like a few other things as well. Like, you know, how Baldur's Gate 3 had like different writers to Baldur's Gate 2. Metal Gear Solid Delta was more or less a reinterpretation of Metal Gear Solid 3 to some extent. You got Silent Hill 2, and you got like all these other games that are like sequels and such. It got me thinking, do you really need the original writers? I would say yes and no. As long as you have someone that understands the assignment, in my opinion, you know, as long as you have someone that understands the assignment well and doesn't like try to how do I describe this? try and deviate from what is already established too much without like, or you know, like anything that's like outlandish. Like for example, if Konami for whatever reason decides to make a, if Konami for some reason or another decides to make a new Metal Gear game, right? And they decide to go back in time, and instead of going with Big Boss or, you know, Solid Snake and whatever, they decide to go with the boss. I would expect them to, like, you know, understand, like, despite this being a prequel and, you know, their own story and take without Kojima, I would expect the writers as well as, you know, designers and everyone involved in the project to understand that despite everything, they should keep it within, like, reason. They can add new stuff, but they gotta be, like, careful about it, you know? Because you got, like, all the scrutiny coming down and such with, like, all these, you know, games and series that were established. Let's be honest, Metal Gear is Kojima's baby, whether he wants it or not. He'd probably say, I don't want anything associated. I wanted to stop after 3. But, you know, whether he likes it or not, he's associated with Metal Gear, and he should fucking own up to it. And so Konami should at the very least respect the fact that Kojima laid down the groundwork, and then anyone afterwards, they would add their own stuff to it, you know? It's kind of sort of like how Resident Evil, you know, it's no longer just like in Resident Evil 4 when Shinji Mikami made that game, or, you know, Resident Evil 5 and such, you know? It's no longer just that, because over the course of time, people have added more stuff to it. You know, more developers and writers, they added to it. Went from like 6 to 7 to 8, then remaking 2, 3, 4, hopefully 5. I'm still waiting for 5, Capcom. And also, when's that DLC for Dragon's Dogma 2 coming out? But anyway, you get what I'm trying to say. It's like, you don't really need the original writer to make the story, but you do need people that understand the assignments, you know, and all that jazz. So that's really where I think I would draw the line. You don't need the writer original. You could consult them. That would certainly help a lot. But, you know, you could, as long as you have people that understand what they're doing, and they do it with respect to the original and, you know, what came before it, and what may come after it, you got yourself a good game, I would say. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3. Big example. It wasn't made by anyone related to Baldur's Gate 1 or 2. No one from Black Isle, as far as I know, was involved in Baldur's Gate 3's project development. And so, that was all Larian Studios. And you know what Larian Studios did? They paid respect to their predecessors. They knew and understood that, you know, this game is D&D, but people, you know, some people from D&D aren't coming, or, you know, people that are coming to Baldur's Gate 3, not all of them are, like, fans of D&D. They're fans of Baldur's Gate specifically. And so, they still pay respect to the predecessors. They still pay homage. There's some, like, cheeky references here and there, because it is, you know, people that are fans of D&D. But you still got people that understood, like, this is Baldur's Gate 3. And you could tell, at the very least, with specifically one storyline, with one, you know, with one of the origin stories, that that's the intent and purpose of that story. Every other story, you know, it's like, yeah, you know, they're there. But then you got that origin. That is definitively the continuation of Baldur's Gate 1 and 2's story a little bit. It's paying respect to its predecessors, and that is the most important part out of anything else, I'd say. As long as you acknowledge the past and are not beholden to it, and you work off to building your own future while still respecting it and not, you know, tearing it down, everyone will be hunky-dory, I think. That actually got me thinking about Silent Hill F a little bit, but I'll talk about that later. I want to actually play the game right now. So this is Chronos New Dawn. The whole thing about this game is that you pretty much are playing some person named Traveler, and, yeah. Burn, baby, burn. Gosh. Oh boy, that got hairy.
Sector D3. Proceeding to the dive point.
Boy. I'm not gonna lie, this game's pretty slow though in terms of its movement. Probably intentionally so, but still. Dude, this guy's wearing a medium shirt. What the fuck? I guess even in this game, the medium is popular enough. Alright. Gotta stay topped off as much as I can. Oh, look at that. A pair of bolt cutters. military order service. Block 34, apartment 29. I'm literally just like hanging on to a fucking thread of my life right now. I got this shotgun that's not even that good. Shots and that thing falls, huh? Good thing I heard it in time, that's for sure. Let me see. Game's very dark. Like, literally, I can barely see in front of me. Doesn't help the fact that I may as well be fucking operating a tank right now. What's this? Soldier's life. I may as well just be making constantly a shitload of fuel to make. This kind of reminds me of the Evil Within right now. Obviously the Evil Within is not the first game to do it, but still, it does give me like strong reminiscence of it. I have not need to like burn a body since that game.
Target resided in flat number 48. Moving up.
Alrighty. How much? Burning time. I guess I want to get like more resources. So. I do also want to improve the integrity of the suit, but outside of that, yeah. There we go. Got a core now. You know what, why not? Boost my suit's integrity because I'm gonna need at the very least one bit of it, I think. Last set. Eish. Saw some bolt cutters. Metal scraps. Great, I now have enough fuel to classify myself as an arson. Am I on a watch list yet?
Resources insufficient. The path was destroyed by the anomaly. The elevator downstairs must be the only way up.
Classy. Oh no, I'm dead. My mission has failed. Alright, I'm ending it right here. Right, yeah, no. I'm not likely to be streaming any of these games anytime soon. I'm gonna concede that right now. I'll probably stream Chronos the New Dawn when I get a chance and opportunity to on my own time. But for now, yeah, that's as much as I'm willing to stream right now. Consider it a little teaser, a taste as to what is to come in time. So, let's end things off on a slightly dour, yet somewhat more awesome-ish note. Daemon X Machina, Titanic Scion. Alrighty. So, yeah. Alrighty. So, Daemon X Machina, Titanic Scion. A game that I've been playing on my own time, to say the least. I'm not likely to... I shouldn't say I'm not likely to play anything else, but more particularly, I'm not likely to stream or enjoy these games that are here right now. Consider this as more or less just me, like, dipping my toes in to these types of stuff right now, and yeah, that's really about it. So, I brought up Silent Hill F prior, right? Actually, I'm interested in picking it up at some point. But I was looking into it, and it's been pretty interesting to see what the consensus and opinion of people are for that game is right now. And to say the least, the opinions have been very all over the place, is one word to describe it, I guess.
やっとこさ来やがって俺なに簡単なことよ要は片っ端からバウトして勝ちゃいいのさ最下位からの挑戦だが勝つたびに上位とにかく勝てばいいんだそういうこったもっとお前なら大丈夫だろうが一つだけ忠告なんだ相手の装備をよく見て準備をすることだ了解だ頼むぜオンボロジムの明日の未来 OK だオーナー
Alrighty, so let's see what do I got. Sorry, right now I'm looking at these things right now. So far, I wouldn't say I'm not impressed, but I'm certainly... Alright. I see it. Alright. Number 31st, Raymond versus DD. So yeah, I was just looking to Silent Hill F, and so far people have been, and the consensus and opinion have been pretty mixed on it so far. Some people are saying it's one thing, and other people are saying it's another thing. It's all over the place. Yeah. Whew. But yeah, so suffice to say, among many other things thus far for Silent Hill F, I think the first of complaints was in terms of its gameplay and the fact that its combat system was pretty much Souls-like. And I guess I could kind of see it, but at the same time, not really.
優勝よこんなオンボロジムでも夢はでっかくなきゃな任せておけランクが上がっていけば当然相手は強くなるもちろんバウトに人間味なんていらねえ頼んだぜ相棒
Alright, but yeah. First of many things was the combat. Then afterwards was... I'm trying to remember specifically what else was there. There was also the story content as well. The fact that I think more recently it's been revealed for like more details of the story and how it's expected to pan out. Yay. Coliseum. I'm gonna dick around the Coliseum for a little while. Because that seems like the quick and dirty way of doing things right now. Rank up! Hey Dee Dee, you want a rematch? I could kick your ass again? Alright. See if I can get more stuff. Cash is always great. So let's get to 28th to 27th place. Raymond versus Inzel. Yeah, it's just me, Raymond. Nice. Winner, Raymond. Yep. Alright, but yeah. Yay. Alright, but yeah, so, yeah, Silent Hill's story's been revealed to be taking place in the 60s. You play as this high school student, and the whole thing, I think, in one gaming article, or, you know, gaming website, letter, and such, it was revealed that the game would be tackling more feminist iconography, I think. I'm not sure how accurate it is to assess that it's that type of feminism, but yeah. I'm trying to think of how I want to tackle this, because I know that Silent Hill itself, unironically, I think it's like one of the few games that actually has tackled that type of theming before. And Japan itself is not unfamiliar with that type of theming either. Anybody familiar with Rule of Rose? That game that was about a tomboy that was in a relationship with a girl, and that girl got jealous because the tomboy was more invested in her dog than the girl, and the girl took it the wrong way and decided to say, "Fuck you, you don't love me, I'm gonna make this society without you. And I'm gonna bring that guy that turned you into a tomboy, turn him into a dog, and he's gonna kill everybody. Then he's gonna kill me, and then he's gonna kill himself." I shit you not, that's actually how the fucking game goes, according to a lot of videos. But yeah, no, that's... But yeah, no, but Japan's not unfamiliar with that. Hell, even, like, I'm trying to think, I think even Capcom themselves aren't away from that. I'm not referring to Resident Evil, I'm trying to remember specifically. It was... I think it was Dementos specifically that tackled that theming as well. With, you know, feminism and, you know, girl, womanhood, whatever the hell. I'm not familiar with it entirely, but yeah. I know that Dementos, and I don't remember what its culture in America, but I know the game Dementos tackled that as well, and that game was actually pretty good as well too. Yeah, why not? Let's do 25. I feel myself in a groove right now, you know? There we go. But yeah, I know that those two games specifically, I know that they tackled that type of theming before. I want to say Fatal Frame as well, and I think even Siren Blood Cursed as well tackled that too. Admittedly, these games are case by case, and they're not. It's not the whole crux and thesis of the game, is what I'll say. It was always sort of like among one of many other themes. So the reason I'm bringing this up right now is just because of the fact that I saw like a few videos that were like bemoaning and lamenting for what the F stand for, and people just took it straight out, just like the F stands for feminism. And I can't help but think to myself, it's like, well, I mean, you know, Silent Hill isn't a stranger to that entirely. They've done it before as like one of the many themes across other Silent Hill games. Silent Hill 2, Angela is certainly an example of that. Oh, you know, I gotta play Silent Hill 2 more extensively myself, if I'm gonna be honest. But still, I know that Silent Hill 2, Angela, was among the, I guess, that type of storytelling of fear and such. I also mentioned Rule of Rose, Dementos, and then I think the third Silent Hill is actually the same way as well. I could be wrong on that. You know, that's my interpretation of it a little bit. Again, not the crux of the thesis, but you know, among like many other theming as well. From my surface level knowledge of it. So yeah, I think it's probably more accurate that I think people's theorized meaning of F is actually Forte. In which, yeah, I could totally see it, you know? I could totally see it being called Silent Hill Forte, or, you know, I think there was like another one, like Silent Hill, like, rebooted or something like that, and like some other, like, fancy way of saying it and such. I don't really have a direct, yeah, give me a sec. I don't really got a direct, I guess as you'd say, yeah, I don't got a direct line to this sort of thing. So, you know, some people might disagree with my take. They're more than welcome to. I'm not entirely familiar with Silent Hill in all its entirety. I know the basic gist of it being like a psychological horror thing. And I know that it does tackle... like all sorts of... all sorts of like trauma and drama, all sorts of stuff like that. So that's where I'll leave it at for now. If I ever get around to playing Silent Hill 2, which might be my next game, I don't know, probably not. But if I ever get around to it, I'll probably give my more consensus, nuanced take, I guess, on what Silent Hill means. Because despite everything, Silent Hill isn't like a solo static thing, you know? It's multifaceted, I would say. Sure, it's got that Twin Peaks horror going for it and all that jazz, right? At the same time, it's like the sum of its parts, not directly, majority comprised of it. In which, speaking of, I'm thinking to myself specifically... Nope. Yeah, I'm thinking to myself specifically, at least, when it comes to, like, games and the way that they're... and the way that they are now. I'm kind of sort of thinking to myself, just like... Not many games have, like, taken many, I guess, steps into being like ambitious to some extent, or having like ambitious ideas and, you know, pulling them off or failing and such, you know? Give me a sec, I'm looking at some things real quick. Alright. But yeah, I was thinking about Starfield a short while ago. I think there was like a video that I sort of skimmed by a bit, discussing of like various design decisions that sort of, what was it? It was either kill or broke the game. I think broke was certainly the word I remember, but I could be wrong. But yeah, it was a video about design decisions that broke Starfield, and I didn't watch the entire video, but I could probably gauge and surmise the points that I would make about it. One of them would be the procedurally generated world space, the amount of load screens and load time between set world spaces, how space isn't really a full-on setting, but rather a how space isn't like a full setting, but rather a backdrop, and having occasional skirmishes that facilitate the general area sort of thing. All that and a bunch of bag of potato chips, I imagine. This is me just like trying to like... Nope. This is me is just going off of things that I can note and remark on my own end. Give me a sec. Let me clean house here real quick. Oh, hey, would you look at that? Hey, hey, hey! Alrighty, I'm just using melee because it's just fun. Anyway, yeah, no, I can imagine the video would have comprised of, like, the fact that there was a considerable amount of load screens, world spaces not being fully fulfilled, the fact that it's a procedurally generated world over having a handcrafted one, as well as another criticism, because I have my own fair share of criticisms that likely share that sentiment, but in spite of that, I can appreciate the ambition and idea behind it. What was it? I think that's really about all I could think of off-rip immediately. Maybe to some extent, the fact that role-playing doesn't pay much of a factor in even its story, but I don't think that would have been part of it directly. Maybe in terms of like narrative design structure, sure. But in terms of like actual... But yeah, in terms of like actual gameplay components, that's probably what I could think off the top of my head, and yeah, that's what I could think off the top of my head more immediately. I would say this, despite the fact that my criticism is the fact that it's not a full interconnected world and such, and you know, there's a lot of load screens. I do appreciate the what's the word for it? You know what? I'll just say it in the more simpler term because I can't think of like any more like extensive vocabulary words that would fit it. Pretty much, I appreciate the ambition that Starfield had to try and make this vast and open space sim game and such. I think in like one of the interviews that was pushed out by Bethesda for Starfield, where it was like one of the more veteran, I think it was like the game director that, or one of the game directors slash I think producers? No, I think it was just director. One of the main game directors was on like the video, and he was pretty much, he was, giving a whole spiel of like how he was like part of Bethesda for a considerable amount of time, from QA tester to, director and such. In which, funnily enough, that guy in the video was part of, like, from what the video showed, he was there since Oblivion, and he was like legit QA tester and everything. So that was pretty cool to see. The guys actually moved up in the world and such. Anyway, I'm going on a tangent right now. But anyway, yeah, no, the guy did point out that that the game was pretty much like the ultimate culmination of like everything that Bethesda's done up to that point, post Morrowind / Oblivion, where you had like this open world RPG sandbox where you were able to like make and carve your own path and like going wherever the hell you want, however you want, while also engaging the fact that you can, do whatever you want. Like, you could be this law-abiding citizen / person to being this psychopathic, person that could possibly break everything that comes in their way and sort of thing, It's a melee game / a shooting game. It's a talking game. It's a building game. It's all these like components that they all pushed in, that they all pulled from like all their games in totality, And so they talked about that detail particularly, and let me a sec. What the hell's in here? And so yeah, they talked about that detail particularly, and how, certain things, they kind of sort of fell on the wayside, and that they were hopefully they would expand upon it, more in depth from both the community as well as themselves as well. In which he did, in the video, he did talk about that they're definitely working on something, but he can't say immediately, which at the very least at that point in time was a sign that they were working on something in spite of that. And then like a week after that, or 2 weeks after that, I think, when it was released, Starfield celebrated its 2-year anniversary / birthday. And among the things that were shown there as of late was the fact that there's a new expansion in the works. A new expansion, new update, whatever the hell, right? But yeah, they do have something in the works, and it's like gonna come out hopefully soon, maybe like next year or some shit. God, I hope not. I really want to go back to play Starfield in a more extensive way, rather than, just, one-off sort of thing. Well, I shouldn't say one-off, but you know what I mean. Trying to, like, fuck around and fine-tune my modding load list. Because, God, I think I have OCD over that shit. But yeah, pretty much that's what's going on. And in spite of all the flaws, in spite of all the problems that I have with Starfield and other people have with it as well, I still enjoy it. It's ambitious. Does it work in every respect? Not exactly. But god damn it, does it not work? But god damn it, does it not work in the way that matters to both me, its community, and most importantly itself. It may stumble, it may fall, but god damn it, someone had to do it, I'll say it. someone had to do it, you know? Maybe somewhere down the line people will be inspired to like look at it and be like, okay, so this works clearly, but maybe we could, you know, try and do this a different way, you know, try and find alternate solutions. Because with everything that's going on in the gaming industry and with everything that's been shown off and showcased, you know? Nope, what's going on here?
何が起こってる？待て、それ以上踏み込むな。何？
お前がいたとは。死んでいればお互い手間が省けたものを。
ゲイズ。
こんな場所、上と何ら変わらん。見せかけだけの幸せ。お前はいいのか？そいつらはただの粗悪なゴミだ。
なんだと？
追い先短いばあさんの時間を奪うの。せめて楽しませてくれよ。できなければ他の者の命であがなってもらうぞ。
構えろ、狙ってくるぞ。くそ。いいか、奴の血を浴びるな。遠距離から攻めるな。遠距離か。離れた狙撃の的じゃねえか。奴の目も見るな。動けない。なんだよそれ。
I'm sure you will, Grandma. I'm sure you will. Oh no. Stealth camouflage! I'm not sure if it's just me, but I think some of the Japanese voice actors are from Sekiro. I think they are to some extent. For example, my guy's voice actor I think is Wolf. I'm not sure if that would be Lady Butterfly.
とりあえずここの状況はレイブンにも報告だ。もう一つの予測地点に向かうか拠点に戻るかお前に任せる。
See here. Oh hey, sweet particle armaments. Alright, but yeah, no. What was I talking about? Ah, yes. Starfield, ambition, all that. Yeah, no. I still appreciate, yeah, despite everything that's happened, and despite, you know, some people may not liking it, I do appreciate the ambition. Yeah, like I said, you know, not a lot of it, you know, not a lot of it may sometimes work or click with some people, but by golly, is it not ambitious to see someone trying to pull it off? You know how many times I've seen games that should have been, you know, more than they are, not really follow up and be more than they are? Starfield is somewhat in that category, and I think mostly that's because I was expecting a more hardcore sim-esque game, but even then, despite that, I appreciate everything that it's pushed out. I can say that for a lot of games too, actually, now that I think about it. There's some games that I was like kind of disappointed by in the wayside, but still, in the end, I appreciated them. You could say that's a cope, but I'm trying to think specifics of like actual games that I was kind of disappointed by, but still enjoyed in the end. Because I had like my own personal expectations, obviously. Let me think. No, I'm really trying to think off the top of my head. I want to say, Give me a sec to look through my library catalog. Yeah, give me a sec to look through my library catalog. What's a recent example that was something that was like disappointing, yet I appreciate all the same? What the fuck? Oh, hey. You know, I guess it's not any game I could think of off the top of my head. Although I will say this. When it came to like certain other games, I was disappointed by, but still appreciated. Wayfinders is probably one of those games that I was disappointed by. At the very least when I first saw it and heard about it. Because this was back when there was a actual live service game. But now it's a single player co-op action adventure linear, well not linear, but it's like dungeon crawly open world-esque game, you know? Something I like to Kingdoms of Amalur. Yeah, something like that. When I first saw it, I was disappointed by it. Because, you know, it seemed like something that would be up my alley. But because, you know, it's an online-only game, and, you know, the fact that the uncertainty of if it was ever going to be supported was always there. You know, that's something that kind of sort of disappointed me. But then when it came out, you know, when it came out for single-player play, that's when I got to play it. And I was still somewhat disappointed by, like, certain elements, like, for example, exploration, world elements and such, not being as refined and polished as I hoped it was. But all the same, I enjoyed it, and I liked it well enough. Yeah, all the same, despite everything, I still enjoyed it. For all its flaws and everything. It was really that good for me. Now I'm thinking about it, Daemon X Machina was something else. Not this one, the first Daemon X Machina when I got it on the Epic Games Store. That was a game that I was kind of sort of excited for because, you know, I was hoping for a fairly intuitive mech game, but instead I found myself controlling a tank. And then afterwards I played Armored Core. Yeah, I played Armored Core 6. And then when I got used to that one, and when I got used to that game, it sort of then clicked to me. It's like, oh, you know, it's not that bad actually. It's pretty good. Bit clunky here and there, but still pretty good all the same. That's really the best way I can put it. I was disappointed by certain genres because I expected them to be like one way, but instead it's another way. And yet, you know, despite everything and all that, I'm still playing them to some extent. Maybe after the fact, but still, I'm playing them. I will say this, when it comes to from Titanic Scion to the original, the first Daemon X Machina, this is a lot better in a variety of ways. One obvious way is that before you were controlling an entire mech. Here you're controlling a power suit instead, which is, you know, a bit different. Hey, don't mind me, I'm just taking some stuff for myself and I. Don't fuck with a guy who loves using lightsabers more than anything. You know how many times when I was a kid I swing around the flashlight pretending it's a lightsaber? Not that much, because I had like one of those like toy prop, yeah, I like one of those like toy prop swords, you know, sort of thing. So I pretty much had something to go off of. What the fuck is this now? Is this a whole reunion? Oh, Mistral! Oh, it's Bullet.
あなたたちはそうやってすぐに武器を構えて争いたがる。私たちのアーセナルを動かすフェムと、これを生み出す木にや原石は何か知っている？すべて朽ちたイモータルたちよ。あなたたちに殺されても、死してなお私たちに恩恵を与え、家族を増やそうとしている。
何が言いたい？
あなたたちはそうやって生まれた家族たちにも銃を向けるわ。そして一向に終わらない争いを続ける。
Oh no, I'm crying.
平和は作れない。
お前たちと何が違うんだ？
その武器を収めるならば見逃すわ。私は争いたくない。
お前たちを野放しにはできない。
あなたたちには無理なの。
Oh, you know me too well.
平穏な生活を取り戻す。戦いたくて戦っているわけだね。
それがみんなにとって平穏かしら。すべてが平穏というのは争いは何も生み出さない。すべてのものは等しく価値を持つ命。ガンチーズ、今は倒れなさい。
よし。やる気か。
Time to get serious, she says. No, I don't want to. I'm like Great Fox. I'm gonna make you remember every blow I inflict on you. And you're gonna be like, yes! I remember that punch! Oh, we're gonna meet again. Don't you worry about that. Oh yeah, look at this though. I'm moving fast as fuck, boy. Let me see. Alrighty, excellent. Alrighty, excellent. Now we're back in business. Hold on, let me just ingest more, let me just ingest more fucking fusion cells so I could degrade myself further from humanity. The flesh is weak. I must embrace becoming a homunculus. I embrace homunculus status. Let's see. Let's see. Max stamina. Ground dash. Do I really gotta look at myself without a shirt? I mean, this is just depressing, if I'm being honest. It's like, oh yeah, you know, just go around without a shirt on.
連絡通路は余談。分かった。仕事は覚えたよな。
Look at this shit. My fucking everyone else is like with a shirt on, and I'm the only one that's just like, hey, don't mind me. I got growths coming out of my body as well as I'm scarred up. You guys don't mind, do that? Do ya? Yeah, because of my genetic modifications, I don't really need to sleep anymore, so, you know, that's fine. Yeah, I'm curious. What is the transmog I just got? Got like 2 transmog. I got like 2 new outfits. So I'm curious. What is my... What do I look like without the... I got fucking tits and heels. That's just... That is fucking rich. Oh my god. You can't convince me otherwise. That's not the fucking case right here. I mean, the stats are good on it, so I mean, is it really that bad? This is the equivalent of me wearing fucking Elden Ring Loretta's armor or whatever the hell, right? I mean, this fucking bunny's got bigger tits though, that's for sure. Oh my god, that's just so funny. It's like, there's no way it's just gonna be like that all the way, right? No, it is. Let me see, where's that, oh, I see it, it's like right there. You know, for the sake of brevity, because the stats on the armors are like really good, I'm just gonna keep on wearing this transmog. I want to see though, let's see, I have, wow, that is high mobility, holy shit. Okay, so the thing is with this armor is that it's considered ultra lightweight, that's why. So that's why it's like so potent. I mean, this armor may be made for chicks, but goddamn, do chicks not have, like, really good taste? Low durability, but high laser defense. So that's kind of sort of the offset here. It's just the fact that this armor set is just, like, really... But yeah, that's kind of the offset here, isn't it? Just the fact that it's just like really kind of sort of... Like every other aspect, mobility and fuel consumption is on the lowest priority. Well, the stats are good, that's all I can say. I still can't help but laugh at it. I just wonder what if this was just like me wearing it straight out, what the other characters would be thinking. It's like, dude, does your mech have tits? It's like, yeah, so what? Are you also wearing heels? Yeah, so what? It's lightweight. No shame, no shame. And also no judging either, you know? Alright, let's do 2 more rounds and bouts at the Coliseum. I want to see how well I hold up right now. Dude, that was just a slaughter. What the fuck? Yeah, rank up. Now let's take on Glance, because I want to get that Shogun. Actually, let's see if I can get. Let's go beyond. I want to see what it takes to get to the next tier of guys right now. After that, I'm gonna call it a wrap. Whew. Dude, you can't make this up. Fucking me using a lightsaber is just the most bork-back busted thing ever. One might ask, what's the point of me using guns? Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's the sport. That's what it is. I give them a chance to think, oh, maybe he's gonna bust out one of those guns. When in reality, I'm just gonna go to Pound Town on them with the fucking energy sword. Sure. You can't tell, but I have the greatest ass cheeks on this armor. At least I imagine that's what it is, because this armor I think is like based off the Noonan design. It is interesting the fact that this game has gone, or Daemon X Machina specifically, has gone from a game series that relies on like Armor Core-esque combat to then all of a suddenly going to like this power suit design type of thing instead. It's interesting. Not many yeah, no, not many games would really make that transition, like, off rip. It's also more interesting the fact that they actually added more design and, you know, fidelity to like weapons and such. Maybe that's why they decided to make the game like this, so they could focus on like more details. Yeah, I gotta see, how far do I gotta go? Fata. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Feel the wrath of a guy named Raymond. Alright.
おめでとうおめでとう。弱小ジムが久しぶりに20位か。マット、どうした？うちのファイターが怖いのか？次はお前のところの選手だったよな。なんて言ったっけ？クソビッチ。言ってくれるじゃねえか。このクソヒゲ親父。
S whip. That's not any better. That's literally just close to ass wipe.
あいつはマットジムのマットだ。次の相手は奴のところのファイターだ。バウト前にファイターを潰してるって噂もある。気をつけろよ。
Yeah, one more. Let's see, a blank key card. Okay, so I gotta get like a certain level above for my mercenary rank. You know, let's take on Asswipe. Let's see how he fares. Raymond versus Asswipe. You know the announcers themselves would likely say it as such at least once. Barely broke a sweat. Oh yeah, Asswipe just got his ass kicked.
やってくれたじゃねえか。すぐにリベンジしてやるからな。おととい来やがるってんだ。
see here. There we go. If I'm gonna be looking like this, I may as well have myself look at least somewhat intimidating. There we go, look at that. Well, on the upside, if I chose this outfit, it would have at least still let me had an outfit. But I'm 100% certain this is meant for women. I'm not kidding either. I'm pretty sure this is like... Yeah, so I'm just gonna go with this. Alright, let's talk to Forge and wrap it up from there. I'm gonna continue playing on my off time though, so that's for certain.
その顔はまた厄介事か。
人を疫病神みたいに言うなよ。ちょっと気になる場所があってな。お前が一緒に行ってくれる。
他のやつじゃダメなんだ。
どうもその辺りはイモータルの巣があるみたいでな。一人じゃもちろん無理だ。イモータルの巣なんて。
地獄に落ちるのはお前だけだけどな。
面白そうじゃないか。
助かる。じゃあ、あと。外にいた奴らが。
Let me see. It's better than one laser sword than two. 3 laser swords, but unfortunately I can't have that and use them all at once. So I'll have to make do with what I got. Alrighty then. This is where I'm going to wrap things up for here for the stream. So, thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed this stream. If you want to see more, I'll be picking this up tomorrow, probably. Yeah. Sorry. So yeah, I'm likely going to pick this up tomorrow. And, well, streaming again tomorrow, rather. I'm trying to think of what I would want to do. Maybe I'll do, you know, maybe I should continue my Oblivion stuff at the very least. I finished the Dark Brotherhood quest, and now that we've gotten some time between it, the last playthrough, I would like to continue it. So, that's what I'll do, I guess. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you in the next one, that being likely tomorrow, when I can. And yeah, until then, take care of yourselves. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.